Hello and welcome back. Oh, I feel like I've gone through this bin several times, but at the same time, I know I have added and changed things around to make space for like blocks I didn't have space for before. So that means I need to go through it again. And then some of them I'm like, did I in fact make a bin for this? I don't know. Welcome in, Beer Bear. I got in your stream for a little bit yesterday. I was eating dinner while I watched it, and Crazy was like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm watching Beer Bear exercise, and through transitive properties, that means I am exercising while I eat. And he's like, I don't think that's how that works. I was like, yes, it does. Nobody asked you. Even if it's not how it works, that's how it works. Like, I don't need you to believe it. Just know that that's how I believe it works. I was like, plus he makes me tired just watching him. Welcome in, Crazy. How was your day at work? Okay, so FrostyBot added a new thing that I guess when somebody, what was it? Let me look it up real quick so I say it correctly. They added some new things, and I've enabled them, but I can't remember what they are now. So that was there before. Oh, Lurker Love. So I enabled it, and basically it says when enabled, whenever someone sends !lurk in the chat, a personal message will respond to them based on the vibes of your streams and things you've mentioned recently. So like it does like a little, like for the intro, does like a little same thing for Lurker. And then when somebody donates bits, it now does stuff. It says when enabled, any subs, bits, or charity donations would trigger a custom celebration in your chat based on like what's going on in the chat and things like that. So I thought that was pretty cool. I enabled them both already, but I don't, obviously know what it really means. There's also a warm welcomes. It says when enabled, whenever someone follows you, a unique welcome message will appear, which the ability to hear, which Casey Hose, I sorry if I said that wrong, liked my page in between, like before the stream started, and so it gave her like a welcome to the brick building community, or brick building fun with my name. I don't know if it would have said something else had like the chat been going, like if it would have done like a different or more detailed whatever. But that was new too. So those are the 3 new things Frosty added per like their latest updates to make the chat more fun. Now when they do add them, you have to go in and enable them before they will affect your stream. But I saw the thingy in Discord talking about it, so I was sure to go and enable it. I'll put these 3 in that one bin. As I said, it feels like the 3rd time I'm going through this bucket, but as I make new buckets, as I move things to bigger buckets and open smaller buckets or whatever, buy more buckets, that will have to be done, in order, until they're finally all sorted. But this is not, obviously what I'm doing all day, but right now, this moment. You didn't miss the battle. You're probably seeing the one that I didn't finish from last stream because I had to go get fantasy. But I have not started. Oh, it's a banana. A banana. I have so much Lego food. But yeah, I haven't started a battle currently, so. What it was, Paladins. Let me quick check where we are. Yeah, it had like 10 minutes left on it or something, but it was getting really close to the time I needed to pick her up. So I just ended the stream. And then I went back later and like finished the battle, like did the battle and collected the goodies. So that way people wouldn't have to wait till today to collect their goodies. I keep finding things that are not Lego that obviously just got mixed in with other toys. So I have a little bucket that I'm throwing them into. Oh, I think this is like a something for a lifeguard to hold. You know, the little buoy floaty thing that a lifeguard would hold at the beach, to help bring you back. I'll wait just a few minutes before I start Stream Raiders. Also, I can change the thing because I know a new if I'm not incorrect, a new drops started at noon. Let me go to my drops and double check. I thought it ended at noon, but maybe not noon my time, if that makes sense. Yeah, so it's noon, or rather 12:59 p.m. Central. Okay, so it's at 1 o'clock. So like in an hour, new drops will start for Stream Raiders. So when that happens, we can check if I am one, because the first 2 days are always like only certain captains, and then after that it's all captains. So at like 1 o'clock we can change the stream title, or category rather, to Stream Raiders and see if I'm one of the captains. There's no way to know until like the time starts if you're selected or not. So, but like I said, at about 1 o'clock we can check. Some pieces in here, I'm like, I know I need to start a bucket for that because I know I have a ton of them. But I need to get more buckets in order to do that. Because, you know, only so many spaces for things. No, that's the same bucket as that. Is the music good? I know the last couple times it was a little bit too loud and I had to turn it down, but yes, I saw you just sent me something. It is a little loud still. Okay. I would click the right. I don't know why lately it seems to be being so loud. Like, I haven't changed the desktop audio like to be louder, but it does seem like it has been louder despite the fact that I haven't changed any settings. How's that? Is that now like too loud? I mean too soft now that I turned it down? Did I turn down too much? Or no, I don't think I do that. I feel like I need to have 2 buckets, like take every piece out instead of just mushing it around. Okay. Okay, well that is my about 15 minutes, and then it usually takes me about 5 minutes to get what I sorted put away. So, give me a second to move things and hopefully not make things fall straight to the floor. There we go. Okay, none of you, oops, some of you. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that's what's in there. Get back in. I need to order another one of these, I think. I know there's one dot right there. And no bridges. One of you. Oh, you're different. One of you. Or did I do that wrong? There might now be a piece that's not supposed to be in there. None of you. Oh, dang it, I did have a drawer for you guys. Oh, 12. You guys. What do we got? No, a dugong. I was gonna say a seal, and then I was like, no, I'm pretty sure that's wrong. But you guys are in there. You guys are in there. Oh, and you. Okay, you guys are the same. I guess, I don't know. So I have these in a bucket. Like these kind of half dome like things. But then I have a bunch of circle stuff in a different drawer. But I guess they are different enough. I don't have none of those, and none of those. None of those. Yeah, I guess those are different enough. These are I don't know. Oh, come on, box. You were just fine. And now all of a sudden, you want to not sit right. Okay, only a couple pieces left. I just got to remember what bucket to put them in. Or if I was wrong and I don't have a bucket for them at all. I'm slowly unfolding all the military groups I was in on Facebook. I imagine there are quite a few. I was going to put you three in this bucket. I guess I'll put you in this bucket. No car stuff. And I don't know what's in there. Nothing's in there. So these two pieces I did not have a bucket for, and I thought I did. Okay. Thank you for bearing with me while I did my little bit of sorting in the beginning. Was I? Put this light stuff back over here. Move my phone back a little bit. So this, there is a bunch. No reason for me to, right? Like, it doesn't really, like, affect you anymore. Like, unless they're gonna stop loss you, which, I mean, I guess I could still do. So I noticed, I don't know if this is where they intended it to go, but I noticed this hole, and it is, like, the perfect size for this. To fit like right in there. And this does have like the spots on the back where it would clip on to, you know, like, well, I suppose if I got it right, it would clip on to like the dots on top. So I have just slid this back here for now. Like I said, I don't know if that's where they intend it to be or not, but if I leave it sticking out just a little bit, I can still turn on the button and turn it off. So that is where I have put that so it is out of the way. And this was the one lighting part that we kind of still had out there hanging about. And these are like extras and the stuff from F-Bag. I guess we can see about starting a Stream Raiders battle and see who pops in. If if we lose, we lose, and we just try again. I'm not overly concerned about it. I want to double check. I'm pretty sure it was paladins. Yep, it wants me to do paladins or saints. So I guess I will flippy flop back and forth between the two of those. So let's do this and this. I gotta look at what the difference is between them. Maybe one could potentially be better than the other in this situation. Okay. That's a saint. Reduces range damage against non-armored nearby allies. And then let's find the paladin. Barbarian. Okay, what's this? Healing bonus. We'll go with that one for now, since, you know. It doesn't say more will be, like, enemies will be appear over time. So I'm not sure if we'll have more enemies or not. Let me zoom in and see if I can move around the map a little bit better. I mean, maybe that's going to be our only enemy, but maybe not. We'll just have to wait and see. Well, both are good. I like the vampires. I may like them just because they're vampires, though. Not because of any kind of special ability or how good they are. We are on bag 5. Let me get my mouse a little bit out of the way. Get my stickers over here. I heard your brick tax, and I will do it, but give me a second to... Oh, crap-tastic. That's what I was trying not to have happen. The tiny wire got under the clicky part, essentially my left mouse tab, and, like, wound itself underneath there. That's why I was trying to get my mouse out of the way so I wouldn't get it caught, and then I did anyway. Let me get these bags, you know, sorted into their respective bins, and then I will do this. No, Mr. Box. Did I not put that back far enough? Ah, that's why it wasn't sitting. Because it was partly on my sorter and partly on the little table over here with the roller coaster. But when I put it back, I put the sorter too far away, so it wasn't resting on it on the table because it was too far. And that's why I didn't want to sit right. Okay. Bricky tax. We are on this. Oh, I need to get other stuff out too, but not right this second. I keep wanting to flip to the middle. And I'm it automatically flips to the middle. Except I'm no longer in the middle of the book. Okay, we did that step last time, so this time it will be this. A U and a blue flash. Okay, those are here. And then these are probably in the small bag. Oh, something happened. Oh, Carrot Cleric is raiding in with a party of 10. Welcome in. Apparently that was enough to start a raid train. Hype train. Raid train. Sorry, my brain doesn't work. Okay, brick tax.
Hi, I'm Danny
Carrot. Kevin with his pokey poke. It says, okay. I'm trying to make sure that it's doing everything it should. I heard Danny. You're welcome, Alex. You're always welcome for the shout out. I was doing something. What was it? Oh, this. So I was telling them before when the stream started that Frosty Tools has added a few more things to its abilities, I guess you'd call it. they now, so it was 3 different things. There's the little bed, that was the step. One is that if somebody likes, follows, or subscribes to you, it'll do like a little, kind of like a shout out, like it'll kind of do a little story. Then it was if somebody lurks, it will do like a little thing relevant to what's happening in the chat. And the third one was, I don't know anymore. Oh, if somebody donates like bits or subscribes or things like that, it will do a thing. Welcome in, Kaz. So I have enabled those things. I don't know what they're gonna look like per doing anything though. Welcome in, everybody. Yeah, she might. Kaz might be our first lurky lurker thing. Oh, let me make sure I turned on my closed captioning, which I already know I did. But there we go. Itchy. I am doing well. I did my little beginning sorting, and we were just getting ready to start. But I'm doing this FUNWHOLE set, and I'll show you guys. And now I done moved my mouse back out. Listen, Crazy, you are with the gifting of subby subs. You are crazy. I'm not even sure. Oh, okay. I was like, I'm not even sure what the sounds are anymore. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay. It's gonna do it for each one. Okay. I was like, what did I do wrong? This set came with this, and now I done got it. Oh, I did get it clipped in. Okay, cool. This, it's supposed to, well, maybe because it's a gifted sub. I was gonna say, I have a little ghost. I thought that was supposed to go with the subs, but maybe it's wrong. I don't know anymore. This set came with this thing. You put 3 AA batteries in it, it becomes the battery pack. So you don't have to, like, plug it into something else. And it fits just in this hole. So that's where I put it for now, so that it will be out of the way. But I can still turn it on and off from that thing. And we just started a Stream Raiders battle, if anybody would like to partake. But thank you for all the raiders and Crazy and his need to make my stream do funny things. And scare the crap out of me because I don't know what's happening. But we are picking up, working on this, and I was like, did I? There we go. That's a little better. I'm trying to give myself space to work here, but still see this, but still see what I'm doing because I never know what I'm doing. I don't know anymore. Yeah, all the scares. It happens to me all the time. Okay. I guess I can't push my mouse that far out of the way if I'm using the digital directions. Yeah, listen. For somebody who sleeps next to me at night and would be an easy target, you sure like to start stuff. So this is the set so far. If I cover up, if I cover up this giant blinding one, you can kind of see. Okay, I think I pushed it a little too far in that time. But that's what it currently looks like lit up. They have the outhouse light, the campfire, and then these 2 like lanterns. The rest of it I think goes like in the tower as we build it up. That's where that other light will go. I think is the key word. Okay. No. Okay, right. Yeah. I'm still getting used to like the digital directions. I do like that it allows me to have more space on my desk. But I'm still like, look at me squint while I try to figure out what it wants me to do. Hello, Rad Builds. I believe you were just gifted a sub by Crazy. It is pretty big on my screen. It's just me. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's just me going, am I looking at that right? It's just me, my weirdness. How has your day been going, Rad? The Mad Lab. Oop, I scrolled down too far. Really? How has everybody's day been going so far? Okay, I need 6 over and 6 unders. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now where are the overs? Because the overs and the unders don't look any different. Busy. I wanted to try and stream today, but I got too much to do. About to leave out to get my hair cut in a few. Just wanted to come in and say hi. Well, hi. Thank you for popping in, even if it's only for a minute. Listen, yesterday I left to go to the grocery store, and I'm like, I'll be back in like an hour. And I was not back for like 3 hours because I went to the grocery store only to get a little bit of stuff. And then me and Boy Wonder went to get lunch because we were right there. And as I took him to lunch, the eyeglass place the eye doctor place in the VX was open, and they're only open on Wednesdays, which is why I keep forgetting to make him an appointment to get his vision checked. And I was like, oh, they're open. Let's go in and schedule your appointment since we're here. And then the lady was like, we can see him in a half an hour. There's not really that many appointments today. So then he wound up getting his vision checked and then getting him eyeglasses and then coming home. So I totally understand no time or things taking longer than you think they're going to. Yeah, we live about 20 minutes from a base. Even though we're retired, we still live like 20 minutes from a base. Yeah, I mean, I guess the base is still, I don't know. I mean, you know, the size of a base is relative to the bases you've been to. But I feel like it's still a pretty decent sized base. So, have you utilized the VX deliveries? Yeah, because you can order from like afees.com and have it shipped to you. I've done that because sometimes they'll only have sales on afees.com. It won't transfer to like the in-store. So I've bought stuff on sale, especially around Thanksgiving with Black Friday, and had it shipped to the house. Well, that's what the website name is. It's afees.com. You have to prove that you have a military ID to shop in there, but like on the website, but obviously you can. Basically, they use the ID Me website to verify that you are military or retired military or whatever. Yes, ads. But yes, you can do that. I think we're working on our building up now. Back from ad. The ads are funny. Sometimes, I don't know if it happens to anybody else, but sometimes it'll say like 3 minutes of ads and you'll watch like one ad and then it'll be like, okay, back from ads. And you're like, that was not 3 minutes. To get into my account, I have to wait 30 days until requesting to get back in. Off the ID me? Oh, that sucks. I use ID me a lot for like trips because you can get on there and get the like cheaper rates for like amusement parks and stuff. So I get on there, and that's mainly what I use it for, is like if we want to go somewhere, I'll get on there and see if they have any discounted rates. Like when we went to the Mall of America a couple years ago, I got on there and bought a deal where we got, what was it, into the aquarium and to the amusement park inside the Mall of America at like a discount combo package price. So that was, I mean, that's mainly what I use ID me for. Sometimes other websites will use it like to confirm, like if you're trying to get the discount at Home Depot or Lowe's, you'll have to log into ID me and then go into it. But once you sign up, you don't need to use it again. I mean, there's other ways you can look at your appointments and medications, though, because I don't use ID me for that. I made an account. I'll have to look at the website, and you can go there and use it. Through, like, TRICARE. But I don't use ID me for it. Like, I made an actual username and password based off my ID. Yeah, Genesis. But it might be because of the time we were in too. Like when you got out, if you got out like too far before us, because I don't know, what was it? Maybe 5 years ago, they started wanting everybody to sign up. Like even if you were active duty or dependent, whatever, and you were being seen on base, they're like, start signing up for this program, and then you can do all your refills and your appointments and all that stuff online. Well, you had to go to a meeting. You told us you had to go to a meeting. I don't know if we use My Health. I don't use it because I'm not actually a vet. I'm just a dependent, or was a dependent. I don't know how you want to say that, but I use Genesis and one through TRICARE. And then I can look up all my appointments and the kids' appointments, and I can even print out like their immunization records for like sports or activities and stuff. I don't have to go into the clinic. But of course, I'm not on the right computer to look that up because I use my laptop for all that. And I just basically use my computer for streaming. I don't really use it for much else. And boy wonder school stuff, but yeah, see, I didn't use ID. This other one that I did, I didn't have to use ID me at all. Like, it is an option to use it when setting up your account, but I didn't need to. But I will have to look it up. We're making something. I don't. Probably maybe the platform? Maybe? Yeah, this other one I've used, I didn't have to use ID Me at all. Like I said, that may be relative to when I made the account. Yeah, like a dock or maybe like the platform up here, something like that. I'm hoping I put these on right because it shows like this. So yeah, that should be right. Ah, I was right. It's the platform thingy up here. It only told me to make 2. When did that third one appear out of nowhere? Oh, I skipped a step because I thought because it had me make these 2 and put them down, and then I guess I scrolled but thought I didn't scroll, so I scrolled again and skipped a step. I do find that I have to change my password a lot on ID Me. Like almost every time I log in, even if it is only like a week or so apart, they're like, "We need you to change your password." And that's annoying because I only have so many passwords I can think of and remember. So I started using whatever Google comes up with. That's what I use, the DS login. And I do have to change my password on there like every 3 months, which again is I can only remember so many passwords, but yeah, that's what I use, the DS login. And then I got this piece stuck. 5, 6. Yeah. And I mean, I can understand why they want you to change it so often. It's just, I used to try to come up with passwords, and now I'm just like, you know what? I have that Google Authenticator thing. I'll just use that. Because I can't keep remembering or come up with weird combinations and things like that. But yeah, they have a very short window on your password because of all the crazy like cyber attack stuff. You didn't drag it down. You're fine. Listen, it's something we all deal with. I just could not for the life of me remember the name. The DS login, that's what I use. And I think I did it through TRICARE. Because I know it was the Genesis program, which has undergone several changes over the years. But like they were like, start using this because then you can schedule your own appointments. You don't have to call the line, and you can do for like I said, you can do appointments, you can look at your test results, like if you need to go back and look at them. No, Carrot, we're talking about the Kenny logins. Logging in to like do medical appointments and stuff. Okay. Now that's right. Bye, Rad. Hopefully you have a good day. Good rest of the day. Okay. Now I'm back to where I should be on these instructions. Okay. Oh, I was like, now where did those come from? I was looking at the wrong spot. Now we have our ladder, or our stairs, I should say. Highway to the danger zone. My house is the danger zone. Nope, you're not the piece. So, Steele, are you coming to visit me? Did Arun find out if he can get off work? Let's see. This way. Okay. No, what did he do yesterday? My kids are always hurting themselves. I think it's the age, man. They have no fear, which is great and horrible at the same time. My oldest was like a danger magnet. Stupid email. My oldest, so he has ADHD, and I don't know, I mean, I know you guys are familiar with it, but like some kids then have like a super high pain tolerance or almost just don't feel pain as like part of it. And he was one of those kids who like didn't really feel pain. And he was probably, I don't know, about 4, and he was running, and he ran smack dab into the end of a picnic table and was just the right height. So it hit him here, and he bit through his cheeks through his lip down here on either side, because he had like sharp vampire teeth, and he had his lip tucked up in his mouth when he was running, and both his eye teeth on either side went through his lip on either side here, and he was just like pouring blood down his face. And he's just like, whatever, I don't care. He was running with my phone and dived onto his bed holding it and managed to smack himself in the face, right in the eye. Yep. It's like they have no concept of like anything. They're like, yeah, it's okay, I'll be fine. Yeah, so then he had these huge bruises on either side of his mouth, and people were like, is he okay? Yes, he's a dumbass, but he's okay. They always say, like, your middle child is, like, the crazy I don't care, but for me, it was my oldest. Yeah, so we lived in England, and we had the radiators that were on the wall, and he apparently leaned up against it and didn't even cry or anything. I didn't even know he had done it until I went to change his diaper, and I noticed this huge burn blister on his leg. So I immediately called the pediatrician. They said, bring him into the emergency room because we don't have an appointment today. And he let them pop that, peel the skin off it, and dress it like nothing happened. And then another time, he did something to his leg, and they thought he might have broken it, but they weren't sure. Because of swelling and stuff, it was hard to see on the x-ray. So they put him in a splint, and he's sitting there slamming it against the edge of the bed like nothing's happening while they just casted his leg. And they're like, I guess that means it's not broken. And I was like, don't think that. That's not very well what that could mean. He does not feel pain the normal way. Like, he just didn't care. And they're like, it's related to his ADHD. His pediatrician is like, it is, but it's not great at the same time because they don't understand that they've hurt themselves. They just keep doing what they've been doing. Especially when they're really young. I heard the stream raiders, but I gotta finish this step first. Or I'll mess the step up. Okay, let me switch cameras. Bring it up. What type? Oops, excuse me. You're a healer. Flyer. Oh, I pretend like I know what I'm doing. We're just gonna do this. We'll get some of everyone. I do think that's our only enemy, though. It is. Yeah, Joe has a super high pain tolerance, never learns his lesson. He's shocked when it happens, but he never cries. Yeah, it's just the pain, and then he's like, okay, whatever. Yeah. I'm like, you did it like 10 times. Why are you shocked that the same thing keeps happening over and over? Like, yes, it hurts. You know it hurts. You've done it before. And then they're like,
we have always lurked among you.
But why? I don't... Because it hurts. Yeah, I'm always like, ooh, I know it's gonna happen. But, like, you can't always stop it. You can't always get there and, you know, like, rush over across the room. Or sometimes you're like, listen, I've warned you 10 times. Maybe it just needs to happen, and then you'll learn that what I'm saying is true. Oop, we got the big bossy boss battle, the boss loyalty chest. The abysmal charm can turn anyone to their side. We can't beat that magic. A saint can break their spell. We can't do anything about real traitors. Unintelligible sad noises. I know, me too. Let's hope our prayers break the charm imposed over the princess. Does that mean we're gonna have to fight the princess? Well, they said use a saint, so I guess that's what I'll use. I need to use them anyway, so... I don't see it say anything about, like, more people coming out over time, so I think it's just these are our bad guys. He's now got a massive bruise next to his eye. He spent most of the day sitting, shitting myself. Right, like, I mean, yes, it's good that schools are mandatory reporters, but I do think sometimes that ask a question, I mean, there's that delicate balance between, like, if I ask a question, it'll give the person time to come up with an excuse. But there's also, kids are kids. You know? Like, kids are gonna get hurt. They do stupid stuff all the time. And I think that if a teacher has been paying attention to your child, they will know like, you know, even if they ask, hey, what did you do to your face? And the kid's like, haha, so you see, I said, hold my beer, and I showed my mom my new trick, and this is my prize for my trick, that the teacher will be like, yep, that's probably believable, depending on the child. Now, if the child gives like a crazy answer, then yeah, like that isn't believable. Wrong. But I know the kids have gone to school, and I'm like, we're totally gonna get a call. Right. Well, you know, hold my juice box, but it's the equivalent of hold my beer. Yeah, it would be questionable if they said hold my beer, but it is definitely the equivalent of hold my beer. Yeah, hold my juice box. I was upfront with them on what happened. The issue is Joe can't tell them what's happened. He just doesn't have words to explain. Yeah. Hold my Pop Tart, also acceptable. Hold my fruit snacks. Okay. Maybe? Oh, how kind. So, unlike in, I think we were talking about this yesterday in your stream, Carrot, where Lego was like, here, we want you to just guess where we want these to be because of the angle. This FUNWHOLE instructions actually shows you this side, and then there's like a smaller picture in it that shows you where they want you to put them on the other side that you can't really see. Get on. Stop popping off. What is wrong with you? There. Yeah. Hold my sippy cup. Yeah, like they're just gonna go do it. And in fact, the more you're like, hey, maybe don't do that, they're like, really? Why? Let me find out. Yeah. But yeah, I have had those same worries. All three of them were like a bruise magnet. I swear, from the ages of like 3 through like 10, from like ankles to knees, were like always covered in bruises. Like all three of them. And I'm like, somebody's gonna think like I beat them with a stick in the shins. But it was like always, they just always had bruises there. Like from running into things, from falling down, all over the place. But I was like, somebody's gonna think like I beat them. Okay. Maybe put it the way they have it so I don't mess that up. Okay, no, on the back, not on the side. But yeah, I definitely understand that feeling, that worry. You're like, man, I am getting a call from CPS. And because the younger two had siblings, you know, their age, because the oldest was like an only child, you know. Uh, but it was like hitting each other with stuff. Or they'd be running around the house and one would jump out to scare the other and then they'd wind up like bonking their heads together. Like it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. He wanted to be a little blind and he almost was. Okay. One of you. Like they're crazy. We have photos of when Fantasy and Boy Wonder were really little. I'm talking like, I don't know, maybe just over a year or right around a year old. I guess maybe like a year and a half. And she was probably about three and a half. And you know those totes that when you close the lids, they like fold into each other, you know, to make like a seal instead of having like a lid you pop off and put on that just flops up and the halves fold down to its side. We have pictures of them where she is inside the tote and she would keep popping it open and be like, hello, peekaboo, to play with Boy Wonder. And eventually he was like, understood what was happening. You could see the wheels turning, right? And the next time he helped her close it, he then laid his body on top of it so she couldn't pop it open. And then she began to freak out inside the box because now she was trapped. And then ones of him crawling inside the dog kennel and locking himself in it and then crying because he couldn't get out after he put himself in there. And I know people are like, why would you take a picture of that? Why wouldn't you help him? Because he wasn't dying. He wasn't going to run out of air. It was a self-imposed freak out. Yeah, like there were air holes. You know, the kennel is literally mostly air. He wasn't hurt. He wasn't going to run out of air. I wasn't going to leave them in there for hours, but I took a quick photo because he crawled in, turned around, and then reached out and grabbed the gate and closed himself in. And then he was like, oh my God, I'm stuck. Because it was the kind with like the spring latch. So if you pulled it in hard enough, it would close. Or if you just pushed it in hard enough, it would close. You didn't have to like pinch it to close it. You only pinch it to open it. Filthy rat said something about a turkey and left. What was it? Boy Wonder once told Crazy that like Santa's in charge of the kangaroos and then like walked out. And you're like, I don't even know where that came from. Like, you just walked in the room and you're like, did you know Santa controls the kangaroos? And then he walked back out. Fart nugget. That's a good one. I approve, Beer Bear. Well, at some point, everything becomes a fart joke. My kids are turds, so turd nuggets sometimes. Yep. They are fart nuggets. One of Boy Wonder's nicknames is Turticus Rex. Oh, I don't think I want to know what's going on in their heads sometimes. I would like to live in blissful ignorance, because God knows what's going on up there. Yeah, I don't want to know what's happening in there. They're teenagers. I definitely don't want to know what's happening in there. I'm not sure it matters, but they do show them with the little, I don't know, extendo part, thicker part up near the edge. So I'm just going to fix that, even if it doesn't matter. Yeah, my kids are teenagers. I definitely do not even want to think about what's going on up there. Maybe those will get used somewhere else, maybe not. But yeah, the kids say the darndest thing that show. It really is true. They say the weirdest things. I think Crazy and Boy Wonder were having like some kind of argument. He wanted him to do something. Crazy wanted him to do something, and he was like, no. And then they're arguing, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, well, I like peaches, and then storms out the room. I was like, I think he just said that to confuse you and get the last word about the argument. Yeah, I love peaches. Yeah, he was like, I'm gonna win. Yeah, you're like, they're like, I'm gonna do this when I grow up, and you're like, okay, first of all, how do you even know about that? Like, what kind of cartoons are you watching when I'm not around? Yeah, I mean, they just truly say the weirdest things at like the weirdest times. Okay, these are to help everything stay together when I can get them to go on correctly or nicely. Ooh, now we're talking about that wire. So, turny, 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 turny. Bring it up and over the first dot and down the other side. Fine, ladder, nobody likes you. We were having a conversation yesterday, and he was being grumpy, so I told him to stop being grumpy, and he goes, "You're mad at me." I wasn't mad at him. And he says, "No, I'm an expletive." It's a word I've called him before, but not often. And he... yeah, like, because he used to post... Addison or Fantasy wouldn't talk to him, so it really wasn't many conversations with her, because not because he did anything wrong, she just wouldn't talk to anybody except me. And then later she would talk to Boy Wonder, and eventually she started talking to other people, but like he would come home and it was like silence. She wouldn't talk to him, and he didn't do anything to her. It was just the way she was. And but Boy Wonder never had that same compunction. He would talk to anybody and everybody. And so he'd post, our favorite was a prostitute. It was a toot you do after you've eaten pasta, but he was like, it's a prostitute, a prostitute. Yeah, I was like, please don't say that out in public. People are not going to think you mean a toot like a fart. It was a prostitute. Yeah, he's sitting there at the table, and he tooted, and he goes, "Oh, I did a prostitute." And I was like, "You did a what? And he goes, "A prostitute. You know, when you toot after pasta, a prostitute." Yeah. And I was like, "Okay, but please don't say that out there where other people can hear you, because that's not what they're going to think you're saying." We're going to rank that up there with you and your sister telling everybody what kind of anatomy they have at the grocery store. Yeah, I was like, "Oh, please don't say that in public." Since you had a heart attack, or whatever they're calling it now, angina, where is this piece? Okay, I have to tell this story. I just got home from work and my wife just points upstairs with a smile on her face. I go upstairs to the boys' room to find the curtain rod bent in a deep V. Wow. What happened? Without preamble, I just took it for a little swing. A little swing? I mean, I guess you don't really have to weigh much to bend a curtain iron, but he's just like, "It was nothing. It was nothing. Like, don't be concerned about it." A little swing. Yep. Kids are like hilarious. Like I said, they have like no compunction or like to think anything's wrong. They're like, "If I just play it off, it was nothing. It was nothing." Like don't get upset about it. It was nothing. We're all fine. Yeah. It is but a scratch. Okay. Yes, this way? No, this way. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. I put this little segment on here with the little ladder. I mean, truly, I couldn't even recount like all the weird things they've done or said. They're just crazy. Oh, I got hiccups. I hate the hiccups. That's hilarious. It's just a date. Also, when I took Joe to the doctor on Monday, it was a different doctor. Like she was a substitute doctor and she was Asian. Well, Joe straight out the gate starts pointing at her and says, "She's different." Yeah. I think, I don't know which one it was, but it was like the first time they'd really seen anybody of color. So it was probably one of the younger, either Fantasy or Boy Wonder, but they're like, "Why does that person have a tan?" And I was like, "Okay, that's not a tan. They're just dark skinned. Like they have darker skin than we do." And they're like, "Okay, but how do you get your skin like that? Like you don't." Okay. Like, okay, we're just, can we stop? Like, damn it, kid. You're killing me. They're like, "Why does that person have a tan?" Listen, it's not a tan. It's just their skin tone. You are peach. They are not. I mean, luckily the person just kind of brushed it off because they were really young. And they're like, it's okay. Like, they're obviously not saying it with any malicious intent, behind it. They're just curious, like, how you get that skin color? I see your eat candy, and I will. I just want to find all my pieces, or else I'll be so confused about what I'm even doing. One day I walked into the kitchen and Bubba's just standing on the table and go, what are you doing? Having fun? Well, who do you think you are? I'm Mr. Big Stuff. Oh yeah, you want a boot weapon? Nope. Then why are you standing on my table? Uh-oh. Yeah. He loves to argue or negotiate still. Now his new thing is he argues semantics about everything. You'll be like, it's 8 o'clock. You'll be like, it's actually 7:57. I'm not actually 7:57 your butt. He was just like, oh my god, I swear we don't teach him this stuff at home. Okay, I ate my I did the sugar, hydrate, and I'm doing brick tax. We are working on the roof of the brick tax house now. And that was it. That was all of the step. But at least it wasn't step 1, get this big piece out, and that was the end. Yeah, it's all kinds of stuff. I mean, he's always been very literal, but now, the teen years, that's the thing. Semantics about everything. You'll be like, get your sneakers on. He's like, I'm going to wear flip-flops today. And I'm like, I don't really give a crap what you put on your feet. Put something on them and let's go. I think she would understand that it's just one of those kid type things, that he's not being malicious about it in any way. But it would be a little embarrassing. Yeah, Fantasy had a doctor who thought she was mute because she wouldn't talk to him. And I mean wouldn't talk to him. I mean, he came up to the bed, she's sitting on the bed, and he comes up and he's like, hi, can you tell me your name? And she just stared dead ahead and didn't, no part of her body moved that she could even hear him. No acknowledgement in any way. She didn't turn to look at me, can you answer this, man? Nothing. She just kept dead stone face straight ahead. And he's like, okay, can you tell me how old you are? Nothing. Same deal. Can you tell me why you're here? And she just would not. And he's like, is she mute? Is she deaf? And I was like, nope, she just doesn't talk to people she doesn't know. Because it's when you see a doctor on base, a lot of times you either have a nurse or a med student come in and talk to you before you ever see the doctor. And so it was like that every time. And so it was a different med student or nurse or tech every time. And so she wouldn't acknowledge they existed. And I was like, nope, there's nothing wrong with her. I mean, there are things wrong with her, but not related to her hearing or anything. I mean, I never had to worry about stranger danger. She didn't go anywhere. She wouldn't go anywhere. She wouldn't talk to anybody. Oh God, for a while I used to joke. I was like, I don't know, she's mine. And then she hit puberty and she has my lovely attitude. So yeah, she's mine. Yeah, she's me now. That's it. Thankfully, her teachers think it's hilarious that she has this lovely personality and not the opposite, which was a very strong possibility. They might not enjoy that she tells all the other people in her math class to just shut the hell up. Yeah. When the teacher has tried to quiet everybody down and they're still yapping and screaming and talking about how I don't know how to do this part because you never stop talking the entire school, every class, you're always busy talking. No wonder you don't understand it. She's like, well, maybe if you just shut up, you would know it. Thankfully, her teacher thinks that's funny and doesn't go, send her to detention instead or get on to her for telling people to shut up. In fact, her math teacher is like, I just want to apologize again that she even has to do that. But I try and they don't want to stop talking. But when she looks at them and is like, just shut up. Some of us want to pay attention. All of a sudden, everybody just shuts up. Yeah, I don't know if she's got mom voice or they're just afraid she's going to talk about putting one of her arrows from archery somewhere in their body. Because she's done that before. Yeah. Like, it's just crazy. Like, some of these kids, like, it's just... I sound like a really old person when I say it, but we have gone polar opposites on parenting. We have gone where a lot of parents, like in the 70s and 80s, not yet, but she has told the boy that it would be a shame if one of her arrows ended up inside of him. Because he wouldn't leave her friend alone. But we have gone from like the 70s, 80s, where parents were less involved. Like, I don't want to say less involved because they weren't less involved, but if you got in trouble at school, you were going to get in trouble at home too. They didn't come in there demanding proof. And I'm not saying it's better because that did lead to like an abuse of power, I'm sure, by some teachers. But now we've done a complete 180 where you're not willing to believe that your kids are capable, or not everybody, but some people are not willing to believe that their children are capable of doing anything wrong. And, oh, you must be doing something wrong. My kid's getting a bad grade in my class. Well, it's because they don't pay attention. Well, maybe it's because you're not teaching them. Like, maybe what you're teaching is boring or they already know it. And so it's your job to cater this whole class to my one student. Like, we've kind of gone around the bend, done like a complete 180 where people are now demanding that I don't want my kid to learn that. So you can't teach that in school at all anymore. Like, we have done this crazy 180, and I'm not saying that sometimes kids get accused of doing things they haven't done, but at the same time, you have to be willing to hear the teacher out. Like, show me proof they did it. Or, but when oh wow, that was over like instantly. Crazy, you got fairy scrolls. I don't know what you got in your loyalty chest, but I'm not sure you do at this point either. Right, like I'm not saying I might not ask, like, hey, can you show me, like, are other kids saying they did this too, kind of a deal. But I'm not going to go in there and be like, no, I don't believe you. That's not something my kid would do. They would never do that. And then, like, just outright refuse to hear what you have to say at all. Surrender and release the princess at once. 5 monk scrolls. I'm afraid you lack insight. You demand something that nobody in the business can deliver. I feel like there's got to be give and take. Like, you say my child did this, and I'm not saying they didn't do it, but I am saying, like, what led up to it. You know what I mean? All that kind of stuff. Like, you know, if you're saying my kid did this, then okay, maybe they did. And I'm not saying they're not capable, but could you show me, like, video camera footage or corroboration from other people? And if they're failing, I'm not going to be in there to the teacher like, why is my kid failing? Like, why didn't you tell me about this before? Because in this day and age, you could just log on and see all your kids' grades. Like, so I might ask why you didn't email me or call me earlier in the semester, whatever time frame. Like, why didn't you call me or email me and be like, hey, we're having some issues, could you help us out, or something along those lines. But I'm not going to blame you for their failure. They're not doing their work, then that's on them. Like, it is your job to teach them, but much like leading a horse to water, you can't make it drink. You cannot make them do their work. So, you know, if they fail out and I didn't check and you didn't email, like the teacher didn't send a message home or whatever, but I'm never going to 100% blame the teacher all the time. Ooh, is he done with tea yet, or is he dragging that out as long as he can? I mean, I'm gonna have questions, but I'm not, like, necessarily putting the blame directly on them. Now, with the recent problems we had with Boy Wonder before we switched the schools, there were lots of questions. Like, how is this possibly been going on for this long, and no teacher bothered to tell into the office, and nobody at the office bothered to do anything about it if it was reported to them. You know, like how is this going round and round? What he did was wrong, yes, and he is going to take his punishment for that. But how did we let it get to this point? It feels like the schools and teachers are blaming my wife and I for it. And that's another thing, like, along the same lines, you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. You can drop him off, but what are you going to do? Walk him in the school every morning and walk to every class with him? Like, that's just not a feasible thing. Like, yes, he's got to keep going because he has to finish, but at the same time, could maybe they find a way for him to do half days or something else? Like, still finish, but do it a different way. And I mean, if he plans to go to college or some kind of further education, that's the wrong way, don't do that. I would emphasize that if he doesn't, any scholarships he had or things like that could be taken away because his grades slip. But if he isn't going to if he doesn't want to go to college, those kind of things aren't going to matter. You know, he doesn't have that kind of incentive to keep going. But I understand, like, I don't completely understand what like his feelings on it, because I loved school. I just kept going. Like, I took more math classes than I needed, all kinds of stuff. I liked school, but not everybody likes school like that. I do understand that. And he probably feels like he's so close, he just wants to be done with it, but he's not done with it, so that's hard. He had a Lunchable unfinished ages ago. He was actually hungry because he's not allowed any snacks until he's eaten his tea now. Ah, fantastic. Yes, the snacks just fill them up and then they don't want to eat. We've been to snacky snack hell too. Ooh, I did that right without the tiny picture. Right. So that's hard because he doesn't have that extra incentive like, hey, if I want to go to college, I'm going to need that, because trades don't look at the same things as like colleges do. And I mean, it's great that he knows kind of what he wants to do. There are tons of kids who don't really know what they want to do. And then so you wind up, I don't want to say wasting anything, because that's not particularly true. But you wind up kind of in this, back and forth. Like, is that what I want? Yeah, but you still need that high school diploma or whatever you call it in Canada. We call it a diploma, but you still need those 12, high school grade or the school grades to do it. This broke off while I was trying to plug it. You still need those things. And even though it's frustrating, it is what it is. So you have to finish. Yeah, grade 12 diploma, yeah. The scribble paper of complete. Yeah, he used to eat his tea just fine if he had snacks before, but since he was really ill last year, he just got, that. Yeah, it is what it is. And it's hard to find, then that thing that motivates him to finish. Because he's like, no, I'm done. I don't need what you're trying to give me. I don't want what you're selling. I just want to go on and do this carpentry. And I want to be, go about my life. But you need this to get that. So, it is hard, but you may have to sit down and be like, listen, you can't have that without this. So it sucks, but you only have 2 more months, or I don't know when they start to when they finish. But you only have a little bit more time. Saying it is completely ridiculous. You just have to find the thing that motivates him. And I know it's not that simple. If it was just that simple, you'd have done it already. It's that thing, finding that thing or reasoning that thing that's going to get him to be like, okay, fine. Dang it. Where is this? Oh, it's over here. I know that was one of the things we liked about this new school that Boy Wonder is going to. He can, once he gets into high school, he can shadow people at their job. So if he liked somebody who was doing carpentry, he could potentially follow them around and see what their actual day-to-day job is like. like as he gets up into high school, so he can shadow people at different jobs and explore those different jobs. And because sometimes they think they like a job, but then when you see what that person's actual job is day to day, that differs a little. Like you see the big picture of the job, but then you miss that they do paperwork 80% of the time. You know what I mean? And so he would then be allowed to see what that person's actual job would be like every day. Yeah, this is my job. I stream. But things like that, he could follow people, and so we liked that. And he can, in theory, graduate early if he wants to. So that was nice too. He did at one point decide to be a YouTube person. Listen, Boy Wonder is like that too. He's like, when can I start streaming? And I'm like, listen, when you stop being a shit, you can start streaming. When I have to stop reminding you 5 times to do the things you know you're supposed to do, then we can talk about it. But yeah, Carrie, the one time he played with you, that's what he would be like all the time. Or that's what he is like all the time. Like when he's playing with people, it's like constant chatter and going about his day. And I mean, he'd actually probably be really good at it because he never stops talking. But like, you can't have this if you won't do that, kind of a deal. Kevin, that's what Boy Wonder plays a lot. He plays all different kind of stuff, but yeah. But it's a lot of I don't know, that's how I reason just about everything with the kids. Like, you want this, but you can't have that if you don't do this. Like, I understand you want it, but you can't have it without doing this. Or if you don't do this, you can't do that. And to a certain extent it works. But also, the older they get, the probably less it'll work. Turn. One round over, one round under. 2 of you. 2 of you. And 3. Lloyd Price. Oh, that's me. So does my son, but he's focuses hard on one game at a time, sometimes for months. Yeah, he just jumps around a lot, I think. And I think sometimes he just wants to play with you guys when whatever you're playing. Then he's like, I'll buy that game and I'll do that game. And then sometimes he's just in his own world playing whatever. Yeah, he's just like, whatever you guys play, and I'll just come. And sometimes I'm like, you could just tell, and it's like a delicate balance, do you say, no, we don't want you to play with you right now, and then that's the whole can of worms? Or does Crazy just keep playing with him no matter what? And we've, I don't know. It's weird. Do you tell your child, no, I don't want to play with you? But we've also tried to teach them that not everybody's going to want to play with you or talk to you or be friends with you all the time. Some people just need space. The same way you sometimes need space from them, they need space from you. Yeah, he got Cult of the Lamb, and all I've been hearing about for like a week is how he beat it already. And I'm like, well, congratulations. I was like, I'm not trying to rush through it. And he's like, I beat it already. I'm like, okay, but I'm not trying to rush through. I am like playing with people and talking to them at the same time and stuff. He's like, I know, but I just want you to know. And I'm like, you know what? Thank you. Now please go away. Like, I love you, kid, but okay, calm down. Oh, that's not the right piece. Yeah, like he beat it in like a couple days, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not trying to rush. I like taking my time. Yeah, I'm looking at this right. We had a meeting Monday, something like that. Monday, Tuesday, I don't remember. For fantasy, because they had been talking about a school trip, but this was like the first actual meeting about it. They're going to go to Europe for 10 days. They're going to London and France and some other places in between. But this was the first meeting about like, hey, this is how much it's going to cost. This is where we're going. This is what days we're, potentially going, things like that. And that was interesting. Intermingle would be interesting to say the least. Listen, Boy Wonder is always interesting. It's just much like his mother, you never know what's going to come out of his mouth. Okay, sticker time. This way. And sticker number 15. It says, mind your step. I don't know if it'll focus on it or not. And then this one is like, beware thunderstorms. Straighten that out. I feel bad. Just tickled Joe to the point he wet himself. Oh no! If he did not let you know it was making him feel like he had to wee, though, that's a hard, depends on how easy of a weer he is. But that is sad. Like, oh no, I feel bad. I made you wee. Okay. ×2, it says. Oh, helps if I put the right pieces on. Yeah, but it seems to be doing really good in this new program. He's got like an A in everything except for math, which he has a high B in. But there was some like uh we had to do some like fiddling because it was saying he was exempt on some stuff, but then the teacher, we would get like basically an email, like an automated email that lets you know like whether they have to like have work due and stuff like that. And it would say that he had a 0 in something. But on when we look at his Class Connect thing or his grades in there, it says he's exempt from it. And at first she was like, "Oh, well, just ignore those." And I was like, "No, I can't ignore that because it's saying he has an F when he shouldn't have anything." You know what I mean? Like that particular assignment shouldn't exist for him because he's exempt for it. And if you're saying he has a 0 out of 10 on it, then it's saying it was graded and he failed it, which he didn't do. And it's going to affect his grade. So there was a little bit of back and forth. But once they got that fixed, now it's almost a B. I think there's one more thing that we're waiting for her to fix. Wheeze like a race. Why does he hold it? Does he not like public restrooms? He doesn't like going to the bathroom at school? I can understand not liking public restrooms. I'm not a giant fan. Come on. Why are you not clipping? Fine. You come off. There. Maybe now you go.
This whole game is rigged.
Oh, I was like, what? No, okay. I was just focusing on the wrong part for a second. Okay, now they want me to bring this all the way up. Between those two. And then put that on. Not rigged. Is it not rigged because you got the item? Okay. I felt like I was all over the place for a second there. Oh, there's my skizzers. I haven't been playing the Pokey much. And I started playing Pokemon Go again, but now it's messed up on my phone. So Crazy and I have the same phone. I mean, literally the same phone. And on mine, it now says AR is not authorized or some crazy thing like that on it. But it'll work just fine on his. And I was like, they're the same phone. What do you mean? Okay. 77. So now I can't feed my buddy correct. Like I can feed my buddy, but I cannot collect like the buddy rewards that it brings you because it says the AI or AR won't work. Whatever VR. something. So that's annoying. It keeps telling me my buddy has a present for me, but it won't let me accept it. Yeah, the same model phone. We bought 2 of the same phone. So, in theory, if it works on his, it should work on mine. But it doesn't. So, that's annoying. And, like, it worked up until, like, the weekend before last. And then all of a sudden it was like, nope. And I'm like, son of a biscuit eater. This close to nitpicking. Yes. But so I don't understand why it is. And I've tried like uninstalling and reinstalling and all the things I could think of, and none of it seems to matter. I still keep getting the it's not authorized to use whatever it's called. Oh, he loves to argue it. Like last night, Crazy had to make him get off the computer to complete his gym requirements for the day. And then he comes in and he's like, we're walking in the house and he's like, I can have some ice cream. I was like, no, you can't. It's 8 o'clock. You're not allowed to eat an hour before bed, because then, like, it's just not that good to eat that late. And, you know, so we've always had you can have water, but you can't have juice. You don't need to, especially when they have all up, to that time. We're not restricting their food per se. It's just once you're that close to bed, you don't need to eat. And he's like, it's 7:57. It's not 8 o'clock. I still have time. And I'm like, really? You ate too much. Too much. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's not gonna work. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So just 1 underneath. And I was like, you know what? I don't feel like arguing about it. I'm not arguing about it. Fine, have ice cream. Right before bed. I don't care. Go away from me. I mean, he's always loved to argue. That's never been an issue. That doesn't seem right. If it's a 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Oh. 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, I did that right. So it's a 9. There should be 3 under. 2, 3, yep. And then a 2 by 16, yes. And then this is a 6 wide. This is not right. Yeah, like, fine, but you can only eat you can only have what you can eat before 9 o'clock on the dot. I'm doing this right, but it is not turning out right. So it wants me to have 9 dots left out, which I do. Then it wants a 6 and a 3, which would be 8. Am I not doing this right? Nope, I know what I did. I'm a dumbass. I counted after I stuck the thing on and then wondered why it wasn't working. Never mind. But yeah, I'm like, I don't really want to argue with you about this. Okay, let me make sure I do this right. 3, 6, 9. Yep. I'll figure this out yet. Maybe. Well, it is probably only his container. Sometimes they get containers to share and sometimes they don't. But he found the dairy-free Ben & Jerry's when we were at the store of Cherry Garcia. And so he was trying that. And sometimes they do eat out the container and sometimes they don't. So I'm like, fine. You can have 2 spoonfuls, whatever you can fit in your mouth before I eat. Okay. Just making sure I didn't miss any of the things in chat. Okay, I heard the Stream Raiders. There are 12 allies. And I don't know how many bad people. 9. Yeah. Jim is like the hardest part for him because he doesn't want to get off the computer and do things. But just about, I think, there's a ton of things they can choose from. So sometimes he'll play Just Dance, and I just count the active time while he's actually doing the song, and then like pause it in between. But it's hard to get him off the computer to agree to do it. And really, that's all he cares about, like, at all, is being on the computer, so. No, you are hidden in here somewhere. Ah, there you are. And you're over here. I think the worst part for me is I hate feeling like I'm nagging. Like I hate having to repeat myself over and over and over again. And he'll get up to go to the bathroom and you're like, hey, do this while you're up. And he'll be like, okay. And he'll go to the bathroom and then right back on the computer. And he's like, I forgot. It had been 10 seconds. How did you forget? Rabbits bot yesterday said Steel Butt Heart. Well, that is an interesting take on Steel's name. The little hamster that lives in my brain have goldfish brains. Yes. But he can remember that he wanted to play that game or get back to that game. So I think it's more a priorities thing for him. Like, it's a priority that he get back on that game and play with whoever he's found who will play with him above doing what he needs to do. You have an emote now. Like, I thought you had emotes with your little pokey peoples. Or wearing the pokey costume, whatever. Oh, that's cute. Squished Pika has an emote. Okay. That is the way I thought you wanted this Lego to go. I mean, in fairness, we thought Rabbit's thing had a belly button last night, so I will agree with you, Carrot. I thought it was a belly button too, and that her mannequin had underwear on. And I was like, well, I guess that's one way to determine what the costume will look like on the thing. I knew exactly what you meant as soon as you asked if it had a belly button. I was like, oh, not only me. I too thought it had a belly button. Maybe not a belly button, but definitely something. Your poor Pikachu. How far did you get on your collar thing? Did you finally get it going? Right, like I didn't even question it, and I was like, I guess if she made that mannequin like tweaked it so it really was like her body type and stuff, then the underwear would make sense, because then she could definitely tell like if things would show or placement. But I totally didn't question that. I thought it was a belly button and underwear. I was like, yep, that's what it is, and I kept going. And then when you asked, I was like, not only me. I'm not the only one who thinks that. I'm not the only one with a weird brain. Steel, eat more sugar, stay awake. I'm not sure it's good or bad. Yeah, I was just like, okay, it has underwear on. I was too. Doing color work on it? Okay. I know by the time I got off, you were like, I think I have it. But then I didn't know if you decided that you in fact did not have it and then just ripped it all apart again. I put a pic in Discord. Hey, Book, the only ones who may be sane here are you and me, but I'm not sure. I'm not sane. No, I'm not sane. Listen, the things I think about are not normal. I watch true crime podcasts to relax and go to sleep. I'm not sane. And I yell at them about how they're bad serial killers, because if you were good, you wouldn't have gotten caught. While Crazy sits there and listens to me go, this is what I would have done different. I'm not sane. I'm not sane. Like, seriously? We watched one last night about the, what was it, like the Manhattan serial killer? And he took his 16-year-old girlfriend with him on the run. I was like, first of all, you don't take somebody with you on the run. Second of all, you don't call home to talk to a woman you consider a mother type and then stay where you called from. You're a bad serial killer. Like, shoot, you could have called in Florida and then been in Cuba by nightfall. And you definitely don't kill people where you live. Don't poop where you eat. Joe I just told Joe I love him, and he said, I guess I love you too. Absolutely. Listen, in fairness, I tell my husband, when he says I love you before he leaves for work, I just say don't die. Okay, so we have this little baggie here. I think I put it in here, yep. Called hoses. That's literally what it says on the bag. Hoses. Well, hose. That's the MO of serial killers, though. Yeah, I know. And that's why more female ones haven't been caught, because we don't want to be caught. And we've been cleaning up blood since puberty. Yeah, back when I used to be awake when he left work. I'm not awake now. If you wake me up at 5 o'clock, we're going to have words. None of them are going to be nice. Yeah, he'd be like, I love you. I'm like, okay, don't die. He told people at work that, and they're like, really? And they're like, he's like, yes. My wife just tells me not to die. Either that or I say, okay, I hate you the least. Like, you're the least annoying person I know. Where do I put this hose? Oh, okay. Go in the hole. One of these brown hoses. Yeah, no, if he wakes me up, we're gonna have words right then. There will, like, because I'm already awake. I can't go back to sleep. It's like super bendy plastic, this hose stuff. And this thing isn't like level, so when I push on it, it just rocks back and forth, which is slightly annoying. Oh, I already took them out. Okay. Put these stairs on. Apparently, I'm just going to keep dropping that piece, so I'll just not try to pick up other pieces too. Okay. This in here. This. Oh, and we got her shoot time for the State 3D thing tournament. It's about an hour from us, and she shoots at 11 o'clock, which isn't like horrible to, you know, like have to get up. And we'll probably get up a little earlier. That way, to get there early in case other people are shooting before her, as like a, you know, support, woohoo, teammates, all that kind of stuff. But I guess there's only like 6 of them going to this, so they don't think they're going to be able to like ask the school to get them a bus or anything, which is fine. I mean, it's like I said, it's only an hour. That's not crazy to drive. Carrot's on a roll now. I put air in the tires of 3 bikes. Oh, did you bike to the bike place? Did you ride your bike to the bike place? I know you were talking about maybe doing that. I don't... Oh, no, that is right. It just didn't look right for a second. Not yet. Maybe Friday or Saturday. It'll be 15 miles each way. It'll be raining Saturday. I don't know. Do you want to bike in the rain? Prepping though, air in tires, GoPro charge, charging lights, and turn signals, etc. Should find some long leggings and long sleeves to lay out. Yeah, that's probably like I don't know if I'd want to ride in the rain. I sent on a troop on a mission to find a. Yes, the silence. I'm biking 160 miles that day in July, regardless of the weather. I know, but this is an option. And again, I wouldn't do that either. Like I told you, this is so. We were eating dinner last night, and I was at the computer watching Beer Bear bike, and I told Crazy that by transitive properties, if I watched Beer Bear while I ate, that I too had exercised. Okay, trying to figure out which way this wants to go. Like this. Yeah, like by transitive properties, I too exercised even while I was eating. And Crazy was like, okay. I'm like, listen, you don't have to believe me. I believe me. Okay, dude. They think I have 7 hands to do this. Right, like, I'm tired when I watch him, so why does it not count? Oh, not through it. I mean, not on it, through it. Listen, I don't have much more.
This whole game is rigged.
Okay. Hold, please. Like, okay, I guess that's right. Okay.
Squirrels in my pants!
Squirrels in my pants! It's not empty squirrels in my pants! I heard something, but you're gonna have to wait until I do this. No, not straight up, you weirdo. Like I said, they think I got 7 hands. Like, so close. Okay. Everything is coming apart. I think they want this here, so I'm gonna do that. Then I believe they want these here, so I'm gonna do that. Then, in theory, this comes up. Part of me is like, take the damn headphones off, but I cannot. Why are you not working? That's not gonna work. Son of a biscuit eater. It's like when I get one side pushed down, then the other side pops up. Oh, did I get it? I think I got it. You can do that. It'd be a cute way to make emotes. I think it would definitely be emotes that nobody else has. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Okay, here's to hoping that stays on. Okay, looks like I got those reconnected. Okay. Squares in my pants. Looked. An orange seed in your mouth. Okay, brick text and hydrate. There's the hydrate. Brick tax is 6. 6 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, please stay. Okay. So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was this step. Okay. Now that I was a good girl and didn't scream expletives during the stream. Joe is now in bed. Took longer than normal, but we don't have to be up in the morning, so that'll be fine. Ooh, that's nice. It's always nice on days when you don't have to be, like, up at a certain time. Okay. Let me turn this so I'm looking at it correctly. They want to go in this way. Okay. This here. Yeah, because tomorrow's Friday. I still have to be up. Because somebody has got to take fantasy to school. Yeah, it's Friday. Okay, while I'm liking this, I wish some of the steps, like, why didn't they have me set, you can't see it now, because I'm up, but they should have had me set this piece down and then thread the light through it and put in the little roller thing, instead of having me try to hold it all in my hand and then plop it down. Like, what was the point in that? Ooh, and this is going to be a spotlight. No, this way. He's been listening to Semi-Charmed Life. Hey, listen, at least he's got good taste in music. Just saying. He could have sucky taste in music, and then where would you be? You could be stuck listening to Baby Shark 75 times a day. Just saying, realistically, there are worse options. Listen, Baby Shark is a sucky, sucky song. I hate Baby Shark so much. But the mute option exists, and sometimes I use it. There are, but it's kind of... Yeah, I know. It's still a ruin. Like, you're still at some point like, okay, please, anything else. Literally anything else. If you really loved me, you would stop playing this song. I feel you. So they do give measurements for these. They're like, this one's 88 millimeters, but who has a... I don't have a ruler laying around that tells me millimeters. We have a picture, a video of when they were much younger, them dancing and singing "Party Rock" by LMAFO. I hears them. But we'll have to wait a second. And you can just faintly hear Fantasy singing on it, but you have to listen really hard. Scroll down a little bit. Yeah, there's a Bruno Mars one too that she sings. But again, you have to listen very closely or turn the volume way up in order to hear her on it. Oh, stream radars. Put that one down too low. Now you can listen to her plain as day with the music blaring in her room. Oh, no, wrong button. There are 16 of us. And I think like 8 of them. 11. I miscounted. I forgot the ones up there. I was just guessing these. I keep trying to get him to listen to 3 EVs, other songs, but he's having none of it. Nope, just that song. You gotta trade and be like, okay, we can listen to it once, but then we have to listen to one of my songs, and then you can play that again, but then we listen to one of my songs, and back and forth. Ooh, I got 15 Warrior Scrolls and 20 Berserker Scrolls. And I got that. Now this says I have to win 6 battles. Let's see. Yeah, a lot. What was it? Saints or Paladins? Paladin, I guess. We never listened to like Kids Bop with them in the car. I did just always listen to my music and in my car, and in Crazy's either his or my music. Sometimes we would be forced to listen to the country. Move this back some so you can kind of see what I'm doing down here too. We're at another part where I'm like camera up, camera down, camera up, camera down. That's me most days. What time of the month is it? It's 3 days before the end of the month. Monday is the 1st. Monday is April Fool's. Yeah, I was like, wait, what are we? Is it almost that special time still? I think I just figured it out too. Yeah, I don't have that super special time. I might try that. I put it on 10 days. On 10 days late on the other day, and he was like, I'm scared of the robots. There are no robots involved. Maybe it was just like it was the first thing he thought of. If I like scream I'm scared of the robots, or not scream, but say I'm scared of the robots, she'll turn that off and turn what I want back on. Listen, I had to have surgery not to have that anymore. They took all my goodies and they're in a biomedical bag, probably medical waste by now, because it was like almost 3 years ago. That's always an option. Still, I'm just saying. I don't have that time anymore. Fantasy gets it, and she has since she was like 9. No, not that young. I want to say she was 11. 11 or 12. Yeah, I just told them I didn't want it anymore. I told them I had 3 kids already and I didn't want it anymore. And I had my tubes tied, so please do away with it. I know it can be a lot of fighting though, like especially depending on your insurance and things like that. Yeah, especially because you don't have kids. Okay, check out Dr. Fran. I see her stuff on Facebook. It may be on Instagram or Snapchat or whatever else, but her name's Dr. Fran. She is an OBGYN who has compiled a list of something like 1,500 doctors that will perform certain procedures on anybody. Like, it doesn't matter if you have kids or not or anything like that. But her name is Dr. Fran. And I love Dr. Fran's videos. But yes, I love Dr. Fran. She's fantastic. The next time I see one of her videos, I'll try to send you her link. A 9-year-old in California led cops on a short pursuit as he was trying to get to school on time. Wow. High speed or non-high speed chase. I have a mouse. It is somewhere. Non-high short. Yeah, a non-high speed. I mean, it was still happening, but there was no excessive speed involved. I saw a it was like a debate, argument, whatever you want to call it. I will look up the doctor. I have heard that there are a few compiled doctors willing to... Yeah. She said she doesn't care. She doesn't care if you have kids, if you not have kids, as long as you're over 18 and you can sign, you know. I mean, your insurance is not something she can handle, but you know what I mean? Like, they will work from the middle of an intersection through the gas station parking lot and a dirt lot, and that was it. So it was a very short chase, but a chase nonetheless. Anyway, it was it was on some kind of parent page, but everybody died sad day. Sorry. About kids. Okay, so when the kids are late for school, what happens? They get detention, they get in trouble, whatever. But what happens? Is it fair to punish the kids when it's not their fault they're late? Right? Like, so some kids, it is their fault. They don't want to get out of bed. They don't want to eat breakfast. They drag their feet, right? But for some kids, it's not their fault. They can't get their parents out of the house. You know what I mean? On time. So they were talking about, like, where is this? Sorry. I scrolled down and I'm like, where the heck is it telling me to put this piece? Oh. But they're like, is it fair to punish the children when it's the parents' fault they're late? Right? Like, if the parents are consistently not getting out of the house in time and the kid is always late to school, is it fair to punish them when it's not something they can control? And my thing is, you had kids. Like, if you cannot be prepared enough as an adult to make sure that they can get to school on time and it's your fault they're always late, maybe a fine is needed for the parents. And I know that may be not something people want to hear. But at that point, I think it's not fair to punish the child for something that they're not in control of. You know, because before a certain age, they can't just take off and go to school. I was like, wait, did I just do that right? Or did I do that wrong? No, I did it right. So I thought that was, like, if the parents are constantly having to bring you into the school because you were late, and when the lady in the office goes, why are you late? And the mom goes, oh, it was one of those mornings I was late. Okay, once it happens, twice it happens. But like when you're consistently late, is it fair to punish the child for it? Get in the hole, damn it. I might literally break out in hives if I'm late. I really hate being late. We have little binoculars, if it'll focus. Binoculars. Okay. I don't know if I said it or not, but hopefully Joe stays in bed, Alex. Hopefully it is one of those days. And not where he's trying to come out or get you to go in. Well, I'm not your parent, but if that's what you want, Beer Bear, you're an adult. Go back to bed. Just put him back to bed. Oh, I'm sorry. But work. I mean, maybe not. Nope, that's not where that goes. Okay, so now they want me to work on another part. So I'm going to push that back some and tip the camera back down where you can see me work. Because we're going to be doing other things. Oh, work is overrated. Has anybody seen those videos where this lady, she tells you how to politely say things in like a corporate speak? So people will like write in or comment on her videos and they'll be like, how do you politely say, that's not my job? Or like when they want you, like your salary, right? And they want you they schedule a meeting at like 4:30 and the workday ends at 5, and so you want to turn off because it's all like either email or people who work remotely, I guess is what her target audience is. But I guess it would work in many situations where, so like I said, like it's 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock and your workday ends at 5, like contractually. So you go to turn off your monitor or your camera and they're like, are you leaving? Did you just leave the meeting? Well, yeah, because my workday's over. No, you have to stay. So she like tells you how to politely say like, that's not my job, or or she did one the other day. Well, who knows when she did it, but I saw it the other day where she is a remote worker, right? So she's on the computer doing her job, there when she's supposed to be, but in the background is the beach, and the person on the computer is like, are you at the beach? And she's like, yes. Like, you can see out her hotel window or whatever and see the beach. Yeah, toodaloo. I love her. But she's like, yes. And they're like, you can't do that. You have to be at work. And she's like, but I remote work and I can work from anywhere. And they're like, no, you're not allowed to do that. And so she'll tell you how to like toodaloo. And her cup, the handle is the C and it says UNT on the cup, but so it says cunt. I love that cup. But yeah, I love her videos. I was like, if I worked a corporate job, I would definitely like be taking her advice on some things. Right? I mean, that is like the dirtiest word here in the States compared to England and stuff. Like, that is the ultimate don't say that. Is the C-U-N. And I was a full-grown adult, and I had never heard this before. But when we were in Virginia, the one girl in our friend group was like, I don't like that word. And I was like, I'm afraid you're going to have to be a tidbit more specific. There are lots of words. And she's like, see you next Tuesday. And I was like, no, I have no clue. Just say it. You're a big girl. You can do it. And she's like, cunt. And I was like, that's the word. That's where you draw the line. She also had a teenager who still thought that a girl's downstairs was called Virginians instead of vagina. But she was worried that he had lost his so the school would send home papers like, do you want to allow them to attend, like, when they were going to talk about reproduction and stuff in health class. The parents would have to sign off yes or no, which is okay, whatever. If you don't want your kid to learn about it that way, that's fine. But she signed the papers to allow him to go and then complained that he had lost his innocence. And I was like, sweetie, your son's best friend got in trouble for looking at gay porn at school on a school computer. His innocence is gone. Yeah. She's like, he still thinks it's a Virginia. And I was like, and you think that's cute. It's not. She's like, well, I was like, why don't you just have the talk with them? I've had the talk like 17 times with my kids. Varying parts as they aged and asked questions. And she's like, well, I can't do that. And I was like, you can't? And she's like, no. Guys talk to their sons about that and women talk to their daughters about that. And I was like, you really think that's how that works? Okay. And she's like, you haven't talked to Boy Wonder about that, have you? And I was like, many, many times. Because it is important that he have both genders' opinions, whatever, about it. Perspectives about it. And she's like, no, I could never talk to my boys about that. Lord help us all. You're just gonna let them go on thinking it's that all the way through? Like, I understand, like, if that is your thing, then whatever, but her husband wouldn't talk to them about it either. He's like, no, my dad didn't talk to me about it. I'm not gonna talk to them about it. They'll learn it. And I'm like, oh, they're gonna learn everything wrong. Like, because teenagers are not fundamentally known for having the correct information. Like, oh, that's okay. They're your kids, whatever. And this is why she was an acquaintance and not a friend. Like, it's not helping anybody for neither of you to talk to them. Nope, you're a 6. You're 4. 8. There we go. Twat waffle and twatopotamus are my favorite. I've heard some people say you should have a license to be a parent. While I may or may not agree, there should probably be more guidelines. I do. Listen, I get it. Everybody's gonna talk to their kids a different way. And I guess if that works in your house, that works in your house. But when nobody's talking to them, that probably isn't great. But he would also be really rude to her, like to her face. And whenever you'd say something, be like, maybe, like I'd be like, are you okay? Like, I can't, there's no way I would let my child talk to me like that. But you do you. They're your kids. And she's like, yeah, because he's polite to everybody else. It's just me he's like that with. And I'm like, I don't know that that's as good as you think it is. Like, yeah, your kids should be able to feel comfortable enough with you to misbehave, right? Not so scared that they're always on their best behavior. But at the same time, there needs to be a level of respect. Like, where they know they can't cross that line. And child rearing's a touchy subject. Everybody thinks they're right. My way of doing it may not be right for everybody, but it works for our house. I think that's it. Nope, not you. I watch a lot of these body cam videos. I don't know if anybody else does. And I know I'm old, I'm still on Facebook, but I refuse to learn Instagram or Snapchat or any of that other crap. But I watch a lot of these body cam things, and the one I saw this morning was the police got called by somebody. It didn't really say who. Maybe a passerby. But they got called because this infant was in a car alone. And yeah, I love the police body cams. So they started going, and it was in a strip mall. So they started going into the different stores in the strip mall, asking, whose car this was outside. And they eventually found her, and they're like, oh yeah, yeah, body cams, and so they found the car, the owner of the car, or person using the car, and they asked her to come outside, and they're like, ma'am, how long have you been inside? And she's like, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour. And the cop's like, I think it's been longer than that. And she's like, yeah, how come? He's like, because I've been searching for who owns this car, whoever's car this was, for about that long, and I didn't see you walk in. I have a meeting at the local women's center every week, it's on a Wednesday now, but it used to be on a Tuesday. And the lady, every time the lady I see would say, "See you next Tuesday." Yeah, because that's in your brain. That's what it would go to. Even she acknowledged it, and then we had a laugh. Yep, it's funny because your brain just goes there, even if you're not like meaning to. But so eventually, this lady was like, "Okay, maybe I've been in there longer." And then the cop was like, "So this is your vehicle?" And she's like, "Yes." And he's like, "And you left this baby in the car alone?" And she's like, "No, I had a friend. She was supposed to be out in the car with her." And I thought, first of all, how long did you expect your friend to just stay in the hot car? Because it was clearly warm outside. And she's like, "Well, I just had a quick run in and do something." And eventually, she concocts this whole story about how she had picked her friend up and gone to the bank, and then did this, that, and the other thing, and then she just ran in there real quick. The ran in there real quick was an arcade, like a video game arcade. And the cop is like, "So where did you pick this woman up?" And she's like, "Oh, I picked her up just over here on so-and-so." And he's like, "Okay, what's her name?" And she had to scramble to think of a name. And then she was clearly texting somebody on her phone. And the cop's like, "Who are you messaging?" And she's like, "Just my friend that was supposed to be in the car. I'm trying to find her." And he's like, "Oh, okay." And then, she doesn't know this friend's last name. She doesn't know this friend's phone number. She doesn't know this friend's address. Like, all these things aren't adding up. And finally, he's like, "Listen, I'm going to get this footage. The owner of, like, the shopping area is on their way. And when they get here, I'm going to check the footage. And if there was never somebody in this car, it's not going to be good for you. You have, you can tell me the truth now, or you can wait till they get here and tell me otherwise." And this lady's like, "Okay, fine. There was never anybody in the car. I was just going to go in and play a quick game, and then I got a phone call and I got distracted." She left this baby alone in the car for over an hour so that she could play video games inside the arcade. Yeah, right. The cops even took her phone to look at what numbers she had been texting. And when they're like, "So it wasn't this number, it wasn't this number, it wasn't this number," she's like, "No, I sometimes delete phone numbers off my call log." And he's like, "Why would you do that?" And she's like, "Oh, because it wasn't her phone, it was her cousin's. Why would I keep her cousin's phone number?" And he's like, "Well, you're not really keeping the cousin's phone number. It would just be on the call log." And she's like, "No, it wasn't her number. Why would I keep it?" She honestly left this baby in the car just so she could go play video games inside. And he's like, "Okay, so did you even go to the bank?" And she's like, "Yeah." And she pulled out a receipt that proved she went and took over $300 out of the bank, and then all she did was go to the video game arcade. I was like, man, this is crazy. I like those and the Am I the A-hole stories on Reddit. I listen to them on Facebook so I don't have to read them, but I'm always like, I can't believe people. Yeah, and she's like, "What's going to happen now?" And they're like, "Well, we're going to call CPS and they're going to come out and they're going to take your child." And she's like, "I can't just call my mom to come get her." And they're like, "No, because then you would still potentially have access to the child. We have to make sure that you don't." And she's like, "But why? It's my child." And he's like, "Maybe you should have worried about that more instead of playing video games inside the high arcade and leaving her in the car." But all she was like, "Oh, you mean I'm going to get in trouble now?" She didn't seem to care until he was like, "We're not just going to let somebody else from your family come take this baby home." Yeah, because at first she was like, okay, what's going to happen now? Like, I'm going to get a fine? I'm like, no, you left your infant in a hot car. You're going to get more than a fine? Okay, this up here. There was a little sticker put on this, and it says, caution, keep gate closed. But I don't particularly see a gate, so maybe something else will go on there in a minute. My 3.5-year-old would be better. Right? Like, she just, like, she was totally oblivious. Like, it didn't even matter, like, what she had did. Like, it was just so crazy to me. Okay. And some of these, not all the blocks, but some of the blocks have these, like, dents and grooves in it to allow the wire to, fit, like, underneath it smoothly. So that it leaves, like, a space for the wire, essentially. What did they do? There it is. Stream leaders. We have 15 allies. It helps if I'm not if I press the right things. 15 against 21. I have only started to leave my kids in the vehicles alone. My youngest is 10, right? They can take care of themselves to an extent. Oh. They know when they can come in themselves to wherever I am. It is usually their choice that they stayed in the vehicle to begin with. I know, I only just... Yeah, like right before he turned 13, started leaving the option, like, hey, I'm gonna just run into the store for like 2 things. You know, do you want to stay in the car or do you want to go? But before that, I didn't even, like, at all. Back to map, come on, you can do it. That was our last Stream Raiders. But yeah, I mean, but overall, I still, like, and he's, like, unless I'm gonna be gone less than a half an hour, I won't even leave him at home alone. I'm like, nope, you gotta come with. I'll be like, I'm going to the store, and he'll be like, okay, I'll see you when you get back. And I'm like, oh, that's cute. No, get your shoes on, let's go. Where is... Oh, I felt around and I thought I felt everywhere, but apparently I didn't. But yeah, I take them in, like, I never leave them, like, especially when they were younger, they never got left in the car. I don't care if it was literally going to take me 5 minutes. You never know how long a line is going to be. You never know, like, what could happen in a store. Sure, I love stupid fun facts. My brain is full of them. I'm not joking. It really is full of stupid facts. Like, do you know the word dork is also the name for a whale's penis? And have you heard the joke that the reason the ocean is so salty is because of whales? When they ejaculate, it's like a massive amount. When you can stack emotes on top of each other on iPhones. Oh, I wouldn't know that because I don't have an iPhone, but that's kind of interesting. Nope. I'm getting ahead of myself. Yeah, like, I only, like, just started leaving Boy Wonder in the car, like, as an option. And really only if his sister is in the car. Like, really, I should have put this piece in way before the other pieces, but thank you. That was working on, like, this cord, hiding it. Okay, one of these. On there. I don't know, some people are like, but it's gonna take longer to get the stroller and everything out than it will. I don't care. I can carry them or I can get the stroller out, but I'm not leaving them in the car. Like, it's just not a... I trust, like, 5 people. And that may be an over-exaggeration. And I leave them the keys so they can roll the windows up or down or start the vehicle if it's cold. Yeah. Yeah, I don't do, like, any of this. It just always amazes me how, like, oh, nothing bad's gonna happen? Are you joking? Anything could happen. What was it, this past summer? I forget where it was, but it was a Walmart parking lot. Oh no, that's still blank. Okay. Right, only because your family's bigger, yeah. A Walmart parking lot. Yeah, you can, like, if you have, like, the vans and stuff, or even a camper if you're traveling long haul, you can stay in, like, Walmart parking lots at night. Like, you can park and stay there. Well, this woman did that, but, like, the car next to her van or something caught on fire and then caught her camper on fire, but she was inside the Walmart and had left her 2 kids sleeping in the camper van, whatever she was in, and they died because of the fire. They couldn't get out, and then she sued Walmart for letting people stay in their car park overnight. But it was your fault. Like, had you took your kid inside with you, they wouldn't have been in the thing. And you too were staying there overnight. So they shouldn't have let, like, I don't know. I was like, I feel like this is your fault. Like, yeah, it was an accident, and really Walmart wasn't particularly at fault at all, but she wanted to blame Walmart. And I get it, grieving, you want to blame somebody, anybody, but I felt like at the same time, a bigger portion of that was like, you were responsible. Okay, this is where we are. We have... I don't know, I could stay on and finish it probably, because there's only 2 bags left. And that's not enough to really do another stream. Let me pull Strain Raiders back up and we can do one more battle while I finish these 2 bags. But yeah, I hear all these like weird stories and I'm like, ooh, there's a questioning marky one. As Lazy calls it, an executive decision was made. like the owner of the Winnebago who sued the company because they set the auto. Yeah, and because there is no autopilot. Like, autopilot doesn't exist on cars. Yeah, that's exactly what it was like. Like, you're blaming somebody else, and it doesn't say autopilot on there. It says cruise control. I always say that we should take all the warning labels off and let it sort itself out. Like, you know what I mean? Let Darwinism come into effect, and if we take all the labels off and let, you know, nature sort it out. Maybe she's got an older iPhone and it doesn't work on those. Maybe you have to have a certain kind of iPhone or something. I don't know. I have an Android. I don't know. Oh, I was like, what did I really only have 2 sets of bags. Because I thought this big bag was the next bag, but it was not. It is still bag 9. The Darwin Awards. That's what it is. It's like you know, what? I am like so shocked by the amount of dumb things I hear. And some of the videos I see, I'm like, please let that be a skit. Like, don't let them be serious. Well, Pavlov is when you've been trained. The bell rings at school, you know it's time to get up and go to the next class. That's Pavlov. This is something else. But yeah, I mean, I'm always like, please tell me this is a joke, because if you guys are serious, like it was a teenage girl, and I was like, okay, in this day and age, it could completely be possible that she doesn't know, but please, Lord, let it be a skit. The stepmom asked, waited till the dad came home, because I guess they had been talking about it earlier in the day, and she was like, honey, you gotta hear what we talked about today while you were at work. And he's like, oh no, what? And she's like, okay, sweetie, if you go to a bank and they ask you for your social, what are they asking for? And she goes, like, they want my Insta, my Snapchat? Not her social security number. She wanted to, like, I was like, please let that be a joke. And that she doesn't know, like, that she doesn't know social is your social security number. Or, like, on a job application, she's like, why would a job want my Snapchat or my Instagram handle? And I was like, oh God, please be a joke. Please be a joke. I was like, on the bright side, if they're not jokes, these are all things I know that I'm definitely going to teach my child. Yeah, the Darwin Awards. I love the Darwin Awards because I'm always like, I can't believe. Yeah, there was a girl, she had, you know that, I always forget what it's called, but when you have a sore throat, you know, they say open your mouth real wide and you spray it in the back of your throat, and it's to help when you have a sore throat, right? And the girl's like spraying it on the front of her throat, and she's like, it said spray on throat. And you're like, oh please. Be a joke. Be a joke. Yeah, bone apple tea. Yeah, chicken Caesar salad. Wash your sister sauce. What was it? Taco says you had 5,000 ways to pronounce that, and you chose. You still chose wrong. Yeah, when you can spell their colon. Yeah, his colon. I'm always like, do you know what the colon is? Or outfit? It's like Alphet. Did you see my outfit? And you're like, what? What are you trying to ask me? But I love all those where they're like the lists where they like spell things wrong or what was the one I saw just the other day? It was okay, so I don't listen to rap music, so I don't know like one, you know what I mean? Like unless they're super popular, I don't know like one person from the next. But this girl was trying to do an interview with this girl, and the girl who was being interviewed, or the girl who was doing the interview, said, I just think you're a great musician. And the girl goes, what the hell is that? You calling me she confused the word musician with the word magician. She's like, you think I do magic or something? No, I make music. I make music. And the girl's like, yeah, I'm a musician. And she's like, no, I ain't no magician. I don't do magic. And she was getting real angry with the girl, and she's like just trying to explain that she was saying that yes, you make music, and I think you're great at what you do. But the girl confused magician with musician and then was getting angry with her. SMRT. Yeah, what's that song? I am so smart. SMRT. I missed a piece. Yeah, but she was getting like really mad with the interviewer because she didn't understand what she was saying. Okay. This one and this one. Yeah, finally the interviewer kind of gave up and she's like, "You're right. I'm sorry." Nope, that's not the right piece. It was upside down though, so I thought it was. Back to the bucket. You're still the wrong piece. Right piece. Okay, nuts. On like I thought it was. I have the hiccups, and I hate the hiccups. So that's our roof so far. I think we're doing some more with it though. Okay. That piece, this piece, this. Oh, the one where the girl loves medium rare chicken and some said she was gonna get salmonella from it. Yeah, and she goes, "It's chicken, not salmon, you idiot." And you're like, "Oh, you said that with such confidence." Or the guy who thought it was pronounced Salmon. And when the girl he was on a date with was like, "What are you trying to order?" He goes, "You know, the salmon." And she goes, "Salmon?" And he goes, No, it's pronounced salmon." And she's like, "Okay." And he could not be argued with that perhaps he was incorrect. It's Solomon. He knows. I made an antenna, or I guess an antenna. The reason it's called The Average Idiot. Or what is it? I like the when it was a park ranger for like the national parks or whatever, and he was like, "There's a fine line, so we have to make, because they have to like trash cans they make and stuff for like to keep the bears out." He's like, "There's a fine line. We have to make it hard enough for the bears to get into, but easy enough for the dumbest humans to get into. So there's some crossover. The smartest bear and the dumbest human." Yeah. It's chicken, not salmon. Yeah. Like, there's no way she could be wrong. Yeah, but the guy was like, there's some crossover, because we have to make it hard enough so that the smartest bear can't get in it, but easy enough that the stupidest human can get in it. And I was like, oh, that is the difficult task. Okay, so this is our last light piece, or like brick to go with the lights. So we have to take. Let me rotate it the way they have it in the picture. So. Put it in. Find my mouse. Okay. And again, with all the hands they think I have. Did you do a zoomy picture? The one time they don't do a zoomy picture. I guess that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 6. Yep, I got it right. Then we put it on like that. Okay, ready to see the lighty light? Well, not exactly. Trying to. Oh, I bumped the. Okay, I don't know if I can get this all in frame. I needed this stream today, but my neighbors are going to think I've lost it without a laugh. I am glad we could be a service. Look at it all lit up. Right? Just be like, listen, you don't understand. There's this crazy lady I watch on Twitch, and she just makes me laugh. Just blame it on the crazy lady. It's okay. Next time I see some of these, I'll share them in my Discord. They're hilarious. Like, I can't believe that people actually like think that or believe that, and it's like, oh my god. Oh yeah, it always has me laughing, like, and it seems like every time I find them, it's like the most inappropriate place to find them. Like, we'll be in the middle of a restaurant, and I'll be like, just scrolling real quick, and then bam, I find one, and I can't help it. It's like instinctual. I just laugh out loud, and I'm like, crap, everybody's looking at me. Yes, I'm crazy. Move along. Oh, I'll put it down, because now we're working on some like finishing touchy things. But yeah, they're hilarious. And at the same time, you're like I said, you're like, please just be a skit. Like, don't be serious, please. But on the bright side, I know what to teach my kid or tell my kid, because there's no way I can let them leave and think that's true, or even the possibility that they'll think that's true. Along with that was the airmen were great help for that too. Was stupid things they didn't know how to do that are like everyday things. One guy didn't know how to do his own laundry. Another guy didn't know how to sign his name on a check. One guy didn't even know how to tie his shoes. So they were great help in knowing what to make sure my kids knew when they left the house. Like, not knowing how to do your laundry, I still find it weird, but I could almost understand. Like, okay, your mom just kept doing your laundry, and your mom didn't teach you, or your dad didn't teach you. You know? But, like, tying your shoes? Like, how did you get out of elementary school and still not know how to tie your shoes? But, like, I mean, at least it was good. I was like, okay, I will make sure my kids know how to do all the things. Yeah, like I said, it's not the kids' fault or like the airmen's fault per se. It is very much the parents' fault. They just never taught them. Like, they probably taught him or tried to teach him how to tie his shoes once or twice, and when he didn't get it, they just gave up and bought him Velcro shoes or shoes that have like the elastic laces in it. So it's not completely his fault, but also at some time, did he not look around and realize that I don't know how to tie my shoes? That's kind of weird. We tried teaching fantasy like the most common way, and she could not get it. And then one time, scrolling through Facebook, I saw this lady had posted that she taught her kids to tie them a different way. And to me, it was like a really weird way, but I was like, what the hell? Nothing else has worked so far. Why not try this? So I was like, Fantasy, go get your shoes and come here. And so she went and got her shoes, and she brought them to me, and I was like, watch this video with me. And so we watched it like 3 or 4 times. And then eventually, I had her try, like, I showed her how I thought the lady meant to tie them. And then she tried tying them that way, and eventually it worked. She could understand, like, it was just a way she understood. And then eventually she learned to tie them, like a normal way, for lack of a better way to say it. Tommy had to do it at the end because he got sick of tying me. Yeah, that's why I was like, she's got to learn how. But, the ways we were trying to show her just weren't computing for her. And that's okay. But we just had to find a different way to do it. And that's eventually what happened. I found this other way, and she picked it up like that with this other way. And I can't even remember the way it was now, but it was like definitely a very weird way. But it worked. So that's all I cared about. Total self-absorption. Why they wouldn't even notice. Yeah. Like at some point you had to been like in the middle of gym class and realized that everybody around you knew how to tie their shoes and you did not. Well, it may not be his fault. Originally, he also didn't try to learn. Like, even though he was a full-grown adult in the military who did not know how to tie his shoes, he still wasn't trying to learn. He just had the lady at the PX or BX tie them for him, and then he bought ones that zipped on the side. Like, he still wasn't trying to learn either. Like, I've gotten this far without knowing, and I guess I don't need to know. And I guess he doesn't need to know, but it is still kind of weird. Like, in the beginning with Fantasy, I chalked it up to her issue with her fine motor skills. Because of the growth hormone deficiency, it was hard for her to do certain things. Like, because, yes, she was 5 years old, but she was the size of a 3-year-old. So, certain things, like the muscle dexterity and such just weren't there. But as she got older and she started to grow, that was no longer, like, an acceptable reason. It was never an excuse. It was a reason. But, you know what I mean? Like, so once she could, I was like, okay, like, you're big enough now that you and you have the capabilities, you have to learn. And she did eventually. But like I said, we just had to find a different way. Building another tree, or at least I think it's a tree. I'm gonna call it a tree. Or maybe it's more of the same tree. Okay, move this. 2 dark and 4 light. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, listen, I am not a fan of these leaf things. Usually the way they want you to put them on is like never very clearly demonstrated. You have to kind of guess half of the way they want them on. And that always bugs me. So it's a lot of guessing. And then I'm like forever thinking that I did not put them on correctly. But these instructions are doing a better job. I am going to start my next book tonight. I think I am already preparing for disappointment. What book are you reading now? Is it still in that same series? Because I thought you said you weren't going to read any more of that series. I do have the book. I stopped that series. I haven't read it in a few days. So what new one are you starting this evening? The Serpent in the Wings of the Night. Come here. Nope. I did not do it right. Sorry, I was like, let me highlight. The Serpent and the Wings of the Night. That's fine. I was like, let me copy pasta it. Let me pour those pieces in there so I don't have to have that bucket lingering. Did I miss a sticker? Okay, sorry. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Why did you not copy pasta it? Control, copy. Control V. Oh, there we go. It worked that time. By Carissa Broadbent. Human or vampire, the rules of survival are the same. Never trust, never yield, and always, always guard your heart. The adopted human daughter of the Nightborn Vampire King, Aurea, carved her place in the world designed to kill her. So, I never read reviews. I write all the reviews, but I never read any. Like, because just like in regular life, I won't be told what to read. I won't be biased by somebody else's opinion. Ooh, she's attracted to the deadly vampire. He could help her win. It sounds interesting. Yeah, I'm horrible. I'm like, oh, you don't like it? Okay, I'm still gonna read it. I guess, but I've read, like, once you've read a ton of things, you kind of get a feel for what you like or don't like, and you can usually tell just by, like, I can usually tell just by the blurb whether I'm gonna like it or not. Now, it's not foolproof. I have thought I would like things, and then began to read them and were like, nope, this is not for me. I'm not necessarily like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, okay, so I have an unhealthy obsession with Jack the Ripper. I love Jack the Ripper. And I read a book, or I signed up to read a book based, and in the blurb, synopsis, whatever you want to call it, was like, that it took place the same time as Jack the Ripper, and they talked about Jack the Ripper a fair amount in the synopsis. So I was like, great, even if this is not even remotely true, I don't care, it talks about Jack the Ripper, I want to read it. Only for it to vaguely mention him once. I did not finish that book. Yeah, I was not happy. Like, you referenced him a lot, like making it seem like Jack the Ripper was going to be part of the story, and instead you mentioned that the same cops who were on this case had also helped on one part of the Ripper case. And then that was all the reference to Ripper being in the story there was. I was not happy. Okay, abuse is relative because I feel like a lot of fantasy stories and even a lot of like MC and Mafia have an abused woman in them because of the circumstances. Now, that is not to say that like it's how she handles the abuse. So there's lots of like, especially in like MC and Mafia books, that the women were trafficked. And so then the story is about like her being rescued from her trafficking or her somehow getting away and winding up running into them in some way. They notice she's in danger and they help her. And then they're helping her build back up her self-esteem and get revenge and take down the people who trafficked her. And even in like a lot of his in fantasy, there's a lot of like you know, abuse to a certain degree. But I get what you're saying. I stopped reading one series because I was like 4 books in, and don't get me wrong, the plot was really good, but the damn girl kept getting kidnapped. First by vampires, then by wolves, then by what were they? They were like healer types, and then once back by humans. And like I was like, okay, listen, one girl can only get kidnapped so many times before somebody starts protecting her properly. Like, up your security. Like, one tiny human can only be kidnapped so many times, and then I'm done. Like, now you're just recycling plot. And I get it, there is only so much that can happen in a story, but at the same time, this is the same series. This is not like a different series. This is the same series. You're not doing anything. You're not putting any effort into this. But yeah, I mean, I read a lot of where like the women are trafficked. Victims of human trafficking. But, like I said, the guys who find them or rescue them are always there and helping them, like, get back. Like, how I want to say it? Like, helping them overcome their trauma and things like that. They don't expect them to like bounce back into bed with one of them. And even if there is an attraction, how am I putting this on here? Now I've confused myself. Even if one of the guys is, listen here, get on there, attracted to the woman, they don't automatically assume that she should be like instantly ready to get back into bed with them. There's always talk about how they're helping them and things like that. Like, I guess kind of different than you would expect from an MC. Okay, I don't know if I'm doing something wrong. Oh, I did. I put it. Nope. Okay, take this apart. Like that. And then like this. Then this and that. See, I'm in the same camp as you. It's okay if she has trauma and they help her work through it. But this chick, yeah, like Stockholm Syndrome. And if you think about it, Beauty and the Beast spell had a little Stockholm. Just saying. will you not get on there? Okay. Ah, there we go. Must have just had it slightly off center. And it knocked my other leaves off. But you know, the saying in the book world, this book ripped me open. Read it. Here, read it so we can talk about it. I did that to my friend. I read this book called Ugly. It is about a girl who is attacked. And as a byproduct of that has got agoraphobia now. Right. She has agoraphobia based on her attack. You know, she's safe in her house, and so she has all her food delivered. Even her therapist comes to her house, right? And it's a little wonky because she does wind up with her therapist. I know. But it's the only guy she feels remotely safe with. And he does not start anything with her while she is his patient. And so after she is no longer his patient, they begin magic peen. After she is no longer his patient, they begin a relationship. And one of the last things he encouraged her to do as her doctor was to try to, like, not find out who did it to her, because, you know, that'd be weird. But, like, maybe help the police. Like see if she can give them more. You know? And somehow her attackers find her. Even though she still never leaves her house. What am I doing wrong? Why is these never wanting to go on? Do I have it just... Oh, I must have it just slightly off. There we go. It would still mess you up. See, like, it doesn't bother me, but everybody, you know, there is no right or wrong. Like, there's just what you like to read. There's no right or wrong for it. Okay. Yeah, but, she winds up, her attackers somehow figure out where she lives, and they attack her in her own home. And he saves her that time. But, there's, like, more to it, obviously. But it's called Ugly, and it is, like, I was like, man, I told my friend, I was like, man, this book is fantastic. You have to read it. And so she did, and then she was like, I hate you. She's like, I was like, why do you hate me? She's like, because I read that stupid book, or I'm reading that stupid book, and there's snot and tears, and it's not attractive at all. My hubby comes to bed, and there I am, snot covered. I was like, don't read it in bed then. And she's like, that's, like, I can't, I have to read it. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to figure out... It wants these to go down into this other thing, but it seems like it's not quite... Oh, it's because I'm doing it the wrong direction. You know, it helps when I do it the right direction. There we go. But yeah, if you're interested in reading, it's called Ugly by Margaret McHauser. I recommend it to like 1 million people. Bring the snot rags. It's great. Be prepared to cry. But caution, if you read any of Margaret's books, be prepared, because all her books are kind of snot-inducing. She has one about a girl who's dying of cancer as a teenager. Just a lot of her books are kind of sad and snot-inducing. You send me a friend request. I'll try to find it. Okay. I will look for and accept it. Okay, I don't know what this is supposed to be, but it goes here. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but last baby bag. Then we can start a new set next week. I don't know what to do next week. I'll figure it out. I have lots of stuff. Now it should be like just ending touch-up pieces. I'm gonna go through. Here we go. Okay, where am I? Oh, down there. I guess I pushed that one a little bit too far through. There we go. That's better. And then this one goes on this. And then this. No, that one's not an antenna, but I don't know what it is. Ooh, I have a fishing pole. That's kind of cool. If I mark something as read on Goodreads, will it always ask me to? It will ask you to review, but you don't have to. You can leave it blank. And it may or may not. Like it goes, like my end just goes in to the red area, like where you would potentially, does it? I'm trying to think. On my phone, how does it do it? Sorry, I'm trying to remember how it does it. Yeah, you don't have to write a review. Like, even if it takes you through to review, you can just click done at the bottom and it won't be like there's nothing in here. It will still just let you leave it as blank. Let me check it on my phone. So if I bring it up, because I don't know how you're looking at it, but I know if I bring it up on my phone and I type, like I hit that, but then if I bring down and I click it as red and then I click this, then you can just rate it and click the check mark and it'll be like that. But it's always gonna have it as that. Like it's always gonna take you through. Now, I think another way you can do it is, let me see. Let me find another. Sorry, I'm trying to think how I can show you on something that it won't matter. I think if you go through and like you click on the book like this, and then you hit like the amount of stars, it just goes to red. So if you click the amount of stars you want on it versus the drop down, then you won't have to go into the red thing. It'll just mark it as red. I did that on that one because I'm reading it right now and I know it's going to be like, I know it's going to be 5 stars, so. I should have seen how many I'm up to this year while I was in there. Okay, you put the fishing pole in this step, but you don't show me where to put it. I've read 96 books this year. Yay, Beer Bear's done with work. Have a good evening. I was like, I know there's a way, but I have to, like, I don't do it often, so I always have to, like, then think about how to do it. But yes, if you just click the amount of stars versus want to read, you know, whatever, it will work that way. Ooh, we're making a camp, like a foodie section at the campfire. Oop, I bumped my flame. Listen, little flame. Just stay sitting up normal. Here we go. Put our little handle on our pot. We put our pot on our pole. I'd say I hope you have a good evening too, but after your dog comes, I hope me too. Still, maybe you need to get some blood work done. Maybe you're like anemic or something. Now we're working on like our little picnicky area. You just got it done last week and it didn't say anything? It says you're Gouda. So there's another thing that sometimes people confuse with anemia because of the way it presents, but you're not anemic. Oh, my sister-in-law is a nurse, and she said I should get tested for it because I show like I'm anemic, right? Like the doctors think I'm anemic all the time, and they have for like years. But apparently, what differs between the two is that people who are anemic you do better. Like, you get a iron transfusion and you do better. Yeah, POTS, I think it is. But if I get an iron transfusion, I'm going to the hospital. Like, I'm gonna be admitted because it makes me so sick, and I throw up, and like it's bad. The revert, like, it should help you, but instead it makes me sicker. Sick in carrot shot the other day, and BB-8 started saying what you feed a dog when they are sick, and then said it's something to keep in mind. Yeah, no, maybe it's not POTS, but it's something. Like, it makes, instead of the iron making me better, like in theory it should be, or should do, I get sicker. Like, it makes me so ill. Look at all this one-handed builds. I'm not even, like, nobody had to pay for it. I don't put that on my thing because you guys are abusive. If I start putting one-handed builds and undos on there, you guys would totally do it, and I don't think so. I don't want to put myself through that. Yeah, but I don't have that anymore. And I didn't go through the change because I still have one ovary. Yeah, you. Yeah, and I didn't go through the change because I still have one ovary. So I don't have that. Like, I didn't have to do that. Sorry if I gross you guys out. You finally have? That sounds like you're excited about it. Like, woo, I finally did it. That's not a good thing. Or does it run in your family so it's like you've been waiting for it to show up on a test for forever? I feel like I missed some stickers somewhere. Only 2, and I think I might know where. Maybe on the air conditioning unit. Arun has been saying he's shocked I haven't had it yet. Oh. You're just vaguely over the line. Like, just barely. I got a poopers. Hey, that is where they want me to stick that. But they want me to stick it in there upside down, I guess. That way I don't have to reach under and turn the switch. Sorry, this is the one time they don't super zoom in for me to see where to put this dot. Maybe I was supposed to have another one in there. Oh no. Oh, I see what I did. I think, maybe. No? Sorry. No, that is right. I put this on upside down. Nope, that is not where those stickers go. I missed stickers 14 somewhere, and I thought maybe, based on the way they looked, that it was like the air conditioning unit, which I mean, frankly, it still could be, but it doesn't show stickers like that there. I'll have to go through the book later and try to find where I missed stickers 14. Yeah, because Cheerios are heart healthy. Okay, so what does everybody think? Let me take this out. They wanted me to stick that in there, but they wanted me to stick it in the other way, like this. Oh, great. Now it wants to open. They wanted me to stick it in like this with the little on-off button up. So what do we think, guys? Do we like it? Is it fancy? Oh, and my peoples. I almost forgot about my peoples. And then you can just go doop. I like that it lights up, but some of the steps I'm like, I feel like you could have had me not try to manipulate that like I had 7 hands. And I can change the these to like a bluish green, which I'm almost tempted to do because I feel like the red like super stands out. I don't have time for diamond. Oh, I'm thinking you. Okay, so next Tuesday will be a diamond art stream then. My brain saw diamond arts and I was like, I don't have 15 minutes. I didn't bother to continue to read the rest. Next Tuesday we'll do diamond art stream. And honestly, I haven't really been working on that big project, so we're still wherever I was last time, which wasn't much into it, but that is okay. We can do that. What else? I feel like in this one, though, they did hide the wires better, or at least how you manipulated them so that there wasn't a ton of extra cord. Because in the little one I did, I felt like a lot of places it had like too much cord left, and then it was me trying to hide it. Where I feel like, as with this one, it was hidden much better. But let's close that out and delete that, and then close that out and find somebody to stream into, or raid into, not stream into. Jesus, I will do the words eventually. Okay, I guess we will do into 9.5 since that's what Steele suggested the other day, because she's like, sell yourself, you know, exposure. But I'm always like, I should raid into somebody tiny to help them out, but at the same time I'm always like, no, people don't want to watch me. I've suckered these few people into watching me. That's all I need. Let me move this out of the way so I can attempt to type. Ooh, that's pretty sturdy when you pick it up. I know, that I've tricked you guys into wanting to watch me. That's enough. Raid. Let's type correctly, right? 9.5. Let's see if I did it right. No, because, well, I mean, I did, but I didn't. I did the FrostyBot version. But I did it before the raid, so Frosty's like, I don't know what you want. There we go. Go to stream ending. So, Sunday we'll play something. I don't know what. I never know what I'm doing, like 3/4 of the time. Chances are we'll probably just play more Cult of the Lamb. But we'll do something. I don't know. If anybody has a game suggestion between now and then, feel free to share it in Discord. No, I didn't, because I wasn't sure if anybody really wanted to watch me play it again. If you guys really want me to, I will start Slytherin and Hogwarts of Slytherin on Sunday. And do that, yeah, and do the evil path. I wasn't sure if people were really interested in it or not. I never am. Which, that's what it is.